Welcome back, everyone. Terrace here. Today we're going to continue with our Steelrising playthrough. Pretty much I'm just going to pick right back up where we left off last time. Probably could have loaded this before going live, but it is what it is. But yeah, beat some more bosses yesterday. Ran around because we got the grappling hook and the kick. And then realized I think some of the side quests that we were trying to do probably can't do until we just move on with the story, I think. Would be my guess, because I ran back to half those places. And like I don't know where Bailey is. Same thing with that one. But like some of these, like I can't get to the other side of that bridge. I can't open that guy's gate, so like I'm assuming it's stuff that you gotta progress the story to get to, would be my guess. Hopefully it's not that I'm just missing something. But alright. Let's go. So I think I ran around this place once before. Yeah, that bag's been hit. Yeah, I've been here. Been here, and then I think I left to go do side quest stuff. Poor pig. Starting off strong. Okay, that was straightforward.
Dieu soit loué. It is such a blessing to see you safe and sound.
This belongs to you.
Bless you, whoever you are. You have our eternal gratitude.
Yeah, no problem.
I believe you've met Monsieur Julien Raymond from distant Saint-Domingue. He's one of the most eminent members of our organization.
Yeah, I met him.
And you, mademoiselle? What should we call you?
My name is Aegis.
Ah, yes. The Aegis. The mighty shield and scourge of Zeus.
I wonder... Earlier, by the Pont Neuf, when you touched Monseigneur's ring, can you explain what happened?
The ring called to me. It compelled me to reach out and take it.
Come now.
The moment I touched it, I was transported. Somewhere else. It was the same strange world that you were in, Monseigneur.
Hell, you mean?
Or purgatory?
I saw things there. I saw Monseigneur giving a sermon.
What wickedness is this?
This explains the moment when you froze. And this isn't the only time you've experienced something like this, n'est-ce pas?
That is correct. It also happened with two objects I found in Place Dauphine.
And what happened there?
That is where I found your Bible and your cross, Monseigneur.
How did you know they belonged to me?
They demanded to be returned to you. You did not regain consciousness until I did so.
This is madness.
Let us not be so quick to judge.
You have robots
Monsignor.
murdering everybody. Like, can you really call anything madness at this point?
I witnessed the moment when your cross was taken from you. Then I saw you being locked in that box.
Eh bien voilà. It is just as I suspected. Here, Aegis, look at this. Over the course of my research, I unearthed this ancient document. I believe I have finally uncovered its meaning. It's a triangle with an identical inscription at each corner. Nemi. Memory in ancient Greek. Then, in the center, there is an open eye which symbolizes awakening. Do you understand? The images you saw, Aegis, were Monseigneur de la Far's own memories. 3 echoes of the past tied to personal objects of his. 3 Nemes, memories which some dark alchemy had taken from him. Without them, his mind would have remained lost, incomplete. He would never have regained consciousness. But by returning these 3 objects to him, Aegis, you were able to save his immortal soul.
Tell me, Aegis.
Good on me,
when
I
you were
guess.
at the clerk's office at the Châtelet, did you perhaps see a leather wallet near the abbot's documents?
No, Monseigneur.
Ah, that is unfortunate. Most unfortunate.
Monseigneur? That other world where you were held prisoner. Do you still feel its effects?
This other world, as you call it, Aegis, is none other than hell itself. Gehenna. The place the Lord sends those who worship the beast. But hell didn't keep me. Has God given me a chance to redeem myself, perhaps?
What task did you entrust to the abbot?
The Holy Office ordered me to keep an eye on the Comte de Cagliostro. This charlatan imagines himself to be the heir of Mesmer, the magnetizer, and seems to have ingratiated himself with the king. There have been disturbing reports about him that could lead to his excommunication. It is said that he can make the dead speak. Can you imagine? I asked the abbot to investigate the surroundings of Eugène de Vaucansan's workshop, where the Count had been seen coming and going for several weeks. I cannot disclose the details of what he discovered there, but it may well be related to the events that have plunged Paris into mourning.
Yeah, possibly.
Monseigneur, you visited the Marquis de Mirabeau to administer his last rites.
That's right. What of it?
Did he tell you anything about his son?
Please, not another word. I heard this man's confession, and am therefore bound by the strictest secrecy. There are no exceptions to canon law in this matter.
I bid you farewell, Monseigneur.
Wait just a moment, s'il vous plaît. You are one of Cagliostro's creatures, are you not?
What do you mean?
Stop calling me a
When were
creature.
When did you awaken?
I do not understand, Monseigneur.
Well, that is to say, you talk, you think, you seem to act with some sort of free will. This was not always the case, that much is clear. You must agree that not all automates are as sophisticated as yourself. I'm
True.
attempting to unravel the mystery of your true nature. Tell me, what are your very first memories?
That is a question I am unable to answer.
How strange. In that case, you must surely be able to tell me who taught you what you know.
What I know, Monseigneur?
How can I put it in a way that you'll understand? For example, you call me Monseigneur. How do you know that this is how one addresses a member of the clergy of my rank?
I cannot explain it. I believe
Go on, Aegis.
I believe that this knowledge is not mine.
Well, I never. Did you hear that, Abbot?
I caught every word, mon ami.
gonna say he's sitting right there. Of course, he's heard it.
Monsieur Raymond, what is the aim of this organization?
We publish articles and exert our influence on those who are in a position to improve the lot of our unfortunate brethren. Our numbers grow by the day, and we have many illustrious members, such as the Comte de Mirabeau and the Marquis de Lafayette. But it was Monsieur Brissot and the abbot that founded the group.
Good old Brissot. Shouldn't he be here by now?
Yes, mon père. He should have arrived hours ago. Alas, there has been no sign of him.
I hope to God that no misfortune has befallen him.
What fate does the kingdom reserve for those with black skin?
According to tradition, any enslaved person who sets foot on French soil is freed.
This rule is most problematic in the eyes of planters in the colonies, who would seek to maintain their precious labor force.
This is why, for the past 12 years, no black people have been allowed to disembark in any of the kingdom's ports. Those who accompany their masters on the journey are imprisoned in the Admiralty's jails the moment they leave the ship. As for those who manage to evade the authorities, they live in fear of the raids carried out by the Marshalsea.
Are you not subject to these laws, Monsieur Raymond?
I am fortunate enough to have been born a subject of the king through my father, and also to have received an education, and to be wealthy.
Naturally, that makes all the difference.
You are quite a long way from home, Monsieur Raymond.
I haven't been back to Saint-Domingue in nearly 5 years. I left my most trusted men in charge of overseeing my indigo plantation. I came to France with the aim of having an audience with the king. I hoped to convince him to use his automats for agricultural work. I was of the belief that this was the best way to ease the suffering of our enslaved brethren. Alas, it was all for naught. I was only able to get an audience with the Minister of the Navy, and even that was granted reluctantly. Later, when the king convened the Estates General, my hopes were renewed. I saw it as an opportunity to make our voices heard. And then, mon Dieu, what a disaster, Aegis. What a complete disaster.
That sucks. Hey, let's see. Yeah, okay, so I can do this one now. Which I believe is, I think here. Yeah. Yes, I could just go right here. I think I've already kind of explored this place to an extent. Okay, let's see. Will it mark it? It will. Mainly, I think, because both quests are up here. That works out, I guess. The side quest and the main quest is here.
Monsieur de Mirabeau.
Have your efforts paid off?
Alas, the bishop stubbornly refused to reveal anything.
Damn it. I need to know what my rogue of a father is up to. Let me think. In light of the cartload of threats he sent me, it's safe to wager that my sister and mother received similar letters. They may even have already suffered his revenge. However, my sister lives in Grasse in the south of France. Unless a messenger rode 100 horses to death, she could not have received this letter. Then there is my poor mother.
If you ask me, I will go to find her.
Yes, it's very kind of you to offer. But I couldn't even tell you where she is staying.
Your own mother?
Indeed. It's a very embarrassing matter. A secret, which I beg you not to divulge.
I can be discreet. Rest assured.
Very well. You should know that my mother, the Countess of Covey, has lost everything. Truly. First her fortune, then her faculties. No matter what I tried, nothing could prevent her decline. It is said that she is now living on charity, in the most abject poverty in the slums of the Marais. If perchance your past takes you to this dreadful place, and if she still remembers who she is, perhaps you may meet her.
Okay.
Ah, you're back. Do you bring me glad tidings?
The abbot is safe and sound. He is at the Société des Amis des Noirs, with Monsieur Raymond and the Bishop of Nancy.
Very well. Very well. May Providence allow them to reach us safely. Though I despise war, we must rally the people for battle as soon as possible. A reliable source tells me the arsenal at Les Invalides is overflowing with weapons, but a royal automat guards it. I now have no doubt that you are capable of defeating such a creature. But are you prepared to go back into the fray?
Yes, I am.
Very well. Try to clear the way so we can access the Hôtel des Invalides. Once you've done that, we'll take care of the rest. A handful of patriots are already there. Their task was to open a passage to the east, through the Faubourg Saint-Germain.
Very well. I will go and find them. Goodbye, Monsieur de Robespierre.
Okay. Guess I'm good to go. Any other correspondence? Nope. Okay, I thought maybe that was open. So let's go this way. Okay, that thing's dead. Always shooting at me. Tried to like suicide bomb me. Freaking automat. Ah, this door is open now. Okay. Now I can get in here. Well, let's go this way first. Quest is right over here. Why not? No voice acting in this part? What the hell? I have no intention of harming you. I've come to put an end to the king's actions. If you're telling the truth, then go away and let me live.
Au nom du ciel,
Oh, there we
put
go.
down your weapons. Please, I beg you to spare these poor people.
These poor people, but the streets are empty. There's not a soul there who's still alive.
There are still those who resist. Some good people came here earlier and asked me for a drink. They swore they would liberate the Hôtel des Invalides. They looked exhausted, but utterly determined to fight to their very last breath.
What about the automats? Have you observed their movements?
A convoy led by those machines went by here, countless wagons loaded with barrels. Probably my gunpowder. They came from the north, most likely from the factories. I think something terrible is going to happen. What do you fear will happen?
Know, but I have a terrible feeling. Laissez-moi à présent. You'll draw those creatures to us.
Check, make sure there's no items I'm missing. Tucked away somewhere like this. Last week I agreed to give you my assistance for the upteenth time in finding Mademoiselle. Jesus. To do this, I had to send 3 of my men to the Luxembourg Gardens to search for her. I appreciate the importance of the work that you do for the kingdom, but you cannot use my services for your personal benefit with impunity and to the deterrent or detriment of important police work. It is your responsibility to control your daughter and take the appropriate measures to stop her from running away. A young lady of her standing must not behave like a wild animal. Alright. Hey, an item. I want to jump down there yet. Nope. Their flashback. Or memory, I mean.
Athanais, pour l'amour de Dieu, run and hide!
What do you mean, Papa?
Hurry, I beg you! The Count is at our door. He shall take us away.
Good heavens!
Don't worry about me. Run, I say. Run!
Can't really run anywhere.
Where could she have escaped to? That hiding place in the Luxembourg Gardens. If I could find out where it was, I could track Athanais.
Ooh, what is this? Got clues. Balance flame resist. Yeah, no. But I got fire and ice. Interesting. I just want to see what it looks like. Aegis's light weapons are able to inflict immobilization damage as shown in the immobilization gauge. When the gauge is filled, the enemy is temporarily immobilized, leaving them open to a critical hit. R1, R2 crit hits. Yeah, interesting weapons. But I put all my points into power, so I will keep my volley mallet. Wait, this just took me back here. Son of a... Ah, okay, she's over in this one. Well, I will worry about that some other time. Sure, there was nowhere else for me to go. Don't look at... I'm just curious if they put more items for me to buy. They did not. Oh wait, they got new batons now, but... Oh, screw it. I'm already here. Okay, so somehow I can get a okay grapple point and just saw pop up. Okay. Oh, it's to get in there. Son of a bitch. And dead. Piece cake. That opened that, which is right here. Let's look over this way real quick. I was gonna say, I didn't think this was actually gonna go anywhere. But there was an item. Didn't he even try to block? He just literally just got beat to death. Okay, I could jump over there, but I think I'll keep exploring here first. Oh, I forgot they have a cannon. Ow. Assuming this won't open from the side. Yep. Okay. Let's try to get a sneak hit on. Okay. Easy enough. I thought once that little one came, like, I was gonna get screwed. Still assumed I'd win, but I assumed it would be a little harder and I'd probably get hit. But nope. Do so much damage. Oh, another memory.
They're after us. You must carry on, I beg you.
I'll never make it. I'm out of breath.
Pour amour de Dieu. Suzanne, just a bit more. We're almost there.
Crazy automats chasing you down. You stop to catch your breath. Wait, why just book it or you dead? Let's see. Is he gonna pat back here so I can get a drop on him? Oh, there's multiple. Little one down there too. Ow. Ow. Okay. Okay. Pretty easy. I think I got lucky there, but I will take it. Oh, looks like a mid-boss up here. Automats ravaged the church and slaughtered the faithful. Messed up. I'm obliged to go to Orleans, where my sister, who has fallen ill, beckons me to her bedside. I therefore entrust you with the key to the ossuary and ask you to preside over the funerals in my absence. Yeah, let's go this way. Oh, that speedy little asshole. Poor thing. Piece of cake. Poor little mid-boss. Grade 2 stun module. Bismouth. And a module key. I will take it. Jeez, another memory. Well, I guess I know who I'm saving here. Seeing I keep getting this guy's memories.
The door. It's going to give way.
Right, Suzanne! It's too late! Ah!
Jack! No!
Run, Susan, run! Well, oh, maybe it's her. Don't have enough keys. Ooh, I could level up my weapon. And I think I will. Oh, level 5 is the max. Good to know. Don't have anything for there. How much do I need to go up a level? 16,670. Okay. Okay, let's see, because I think... Oh wait, there wasn't anywhere. I thought there's... It's blocked. Okay. Oh, what was that? Ow. You jerk. Oh my god, I didn't think he'd come out here. Oh my god. I didn't realize they'd come out, seeing they didn't come out that first time. They tricked me. They big brained me there. They got me pretty good. I really do need to start being a little more aggressive with some of the enemies, because that literally ends up being like the way for me to do it. This game rewards aggressiveness. Is this just a way to get back over quick? Oh wait, that's some place. this someplace new, or is it? Oh, that's where I gotta go. Okay, so I don't want to go there yet. Let's keep going this way.
Guillaume, they're back.
It's going to be all right. This machine is alone and the door is barricaded.
It won't hold. Did you see how easily those demons entered the church?
I won't hurt you. Don't be afraid. I mean you no harm. Good lord, it can speak.
What do you want with us, Automat?
What happened in the church?
You should know. It was your kind that slaughtered these lambs. I don't think those who were able to escape stand much of a chance either.
I gotta be jerk.
They're hiding in the catacombs behind the church.
Why would you tell? There's also the gentleman with the automats.
Where did they take the gentleman?
I haven't the slightest
That's
idea.
enough questions now. Leave us be, Vertu.
Okay, there's an item up there. That was easy enough to get to. Oh, I guess I could have, when I was up there, jumped over as well. Piece of cake. I'm starting to think they didn't expect anybody to just put all their points in just their attack. It's like, this stuff is so easy. Bosses are a little sad as well. I mean, freeze gun and max power, like, makes most of the bosses super, super easy. Something good, please. Something to upgrade my heal. Nothing hiding. Do not have the key. So let's see, can I get up here? Ah, okay. I was just gonna see if I could cheese over it, but invisible wall. That makes sense. Now let's drop down over here. Damn it. Damn it. Yeah, that's where they want me to go, so let's go up here. Hey, nothing. Okay, so I can break that. Okay, it wants me to go over there. I don't know why I hadn't been using the compass through the whole, like, all the times I was playing it before. Makes things easier so I don't accidentally go the way they want me to go. Where is this? Ah. Okay, I can jump up there. Nothing.
I'm getting closer to Les Invalides. Here, I should be able to cross the moat easily.
Yeah, so that's how I get back. Oh. Nothing. Some iron. Okay. Guess I just run and jump. Ah. They always hide them. Is it another memory? Yes, it is.
The debt was no longer sustainable, Your Majesty. Your mechanical revolution has changed the face of the kingdom, but the coffers are woefully empty.
The debt, Monsieur Necker. This debt that you and your banking friends helped to create for your own benefit, and which is now forcing us to levy new taxes. Will my subjects be able to bear another tax?
Yes, Your Majesty, as long as it is distributed fairly. The representatives of the nobility,
Fairly.
the clergy,
All
and
right.
the Third Estate must come to an agreement. That is why we have convened the Estates General. Tomorrow you are to preside over the opening ceremonies.
Your Estates General. Nothing good can come of it. You have roused the spirit of rebellion. All I hear about are their damned cahiers de doléances. My rightful enjoyment is being challenged. The streets of Versailles are teeming with loudmouth fanatics with sacrilegious thoughts. Tell me, Monsieur le Ministre, have you purposely set this army of the unwashed against me?
Your Majesty,
What an
I have
ass.
always been your most faithful servant.
Beware, Necker. Beware.
Ain't
I have
creepy
a
or nothing.
surprise in store for anyone who dares attack my throne.
Okay, so that guy's a jerk, or the king's a jerk. As if we didn't realize that already, but... Sorry about that, had to sneeze. Want to make sure I muted. Okay, so I can go up there. Is that the only way to go? Yes, it is. Okay, you're going up. Is it boss time? Let's get a heal. Seems like it's boss time. Jesus. Are you gonna put more of a fight, or put up more of a fight than the other bosses? Ow. Oops, probably should have got away. What the hell are you doing over there? Ugh. Ugh. Oh, he got me. Damn it. And dead. What easy bosses. Starting to think they could have upped the difficulty of the bosses a tad.
Suzanne, my dear Suzanne, take my hand, please. Don't let them take me away. No. Oh no, this has to stop. I don't want to be tormented anymore.
That is not my intention. I have come to rescue you.
Rescue me? But what on earth are you?
It is of no importance. What did you see and hear before you regained consciousness?
I had frightful visions, rageful wraiths filled with pain and sorrow. And it was cold enough to curdle the blood. Oh, it's impossible to describe. All the rage and anger. I was in another body, I think. So big, so powerful. And there was this commanding voice, ordering me to spread terror and death. Did I really hear it? Or did I momentarily lose my mind?
Okay, so are they literally putting them in those little coffins and then, like, hypnotizing them to control the big automats?
Who are you, monsieur?
Don't you know? I'm Jacques Necker, Ministre des Finances. Well, I was before I was captured. But this situation suggests that the king has decided to dismiss me from his service.
What does he accuse you of?
My alleged connivance with the Third Estate, no doubt. And most of all, for having been the first to ask to convene the Estates General.
So he's a jerk.
How and when were you captured?
When the machines attacked, my wife and I fled our home to hide not far from there, in the Église Sainte-Marie. But we didn't stand a chance against the machines. They overran the nave, wantonly mowing down the faithful. My wife, my poor wife, she wasn't able to escape. I'm sadly convinced of this. As for me, my life was spared only so I could be tormented. What is the meaning of all this?
What will you do now?
There is no future for me in this kingdom. I need to find a safe place where I can prepare for my departure as soon as possible.
I will take you to the Cordelier convent. You will be safe there.
Normally I have to loot the boss. They didn't just teleport me away, did they? Son of a...
À la bonne heure, she's back.
Aegis, what a joy and relief to see you again.
Monsieur,
Welcome to our stronghold. I'm sure that everyone here is aware of the great debt we all owe you. As you can see, the most exhausted among us are growing stronger.
While the most determined are already planning our counterattack.
I did not expect to see you all together.
4 days ago, the representatives of the Third Estate gathered in a tennis court. They swore not to separate until they had established a constitution for the nation. But that was not the only oath we swore. All the honorable men who were at Versailles, representatives and patriots, members of the Club Breton, secretly swore to meet here if they were dispersed.
You, Aegis, have allowed them to gather once again. Though unfortunately
I'm the
many are
best.
missing, we still have hope.
I can find the rest
Why
of
did
them.
you choose to meet in this convent?
It was my idea. Voyez-vous, I stay here whenever my obligations bring me to Paris. No other retreat inspires such peace and contemplation. Et puis, truth be told, this building has always felt like a fortress to me. Just look at how thick these walls are.
For 2 whole days, the patriots in the quarter consolidated the outer walls to make it an impenetrable citadel. No automat has broken through our defenses yet.
Yet. Keyword.
Where are the monks, mon père?
They are secluded in their quarters, praying for the salvation of the people of Paris. However, we bear no illusions. We are weak, we are divided.
And we are unarmed. Without you, without your warrior strength, we have no chance of turning things around.
You are sent by heaven above, Aegis. From now on,
Eh,
you may consider the
technically the
Cordelier
queen.
Convent your headquarters and a welcome refuge.
Sure.
We must speak, you and I, in private, if you please. Monsieur de Lafayette must not hear a word of what I'm about to tell you.
What do you mean? You all seem to be certain that I will use my strengths to serve your cause. Are you forgetting that I have a task to accomplish?
Not at all, madame. We all know and support your plan to free Monsieur de Vaucanson. That is why I've taken the time to think of a way for you to get to the Bastille.
I am listening.
There is a patriot in Paris whose pamphlets have aroused Monsieur de Lafayette's ire. His anger is so strong that the poor man had to disappear to escape arrest. I know that he is secretly hiding in the quarries in Montmartre. A labyrinth he is said to know like the back of his hand. If anyone can help you navigate the obstacles that keep you from the Bastille, it is the elusive Monsieur Marat.
Very well. I will go and find him.
Don't touch me. Gave you permission, just touch me. No reason.
Monsieur Necker,
I owe you my life, madame.
Yeah.
So I'm embarrassed to ask you for anything more.
I gotta go back and loot the freaking body anyways.
do not fear. You have my full attention.
Suzanne, my beloved wife. I cannot bring myself to accept her death. Despite all the evidence, I still hope to see her alive again. I need to be sure. Mon Dieu. What have I done to deserve such a fate? Why has the king sworn to destroy me? And all that I hold dear.
Because he's
After
a jerk.
everything I've done for him. My abnegation.
Why would the king owe you anything?
I dedicated my life to the kingdom as his minister. Well, my life and my fortune as well. I refused to accept any remuneration for my services in order to keep the accounts balanced. And I personally filled the king's coffers with 2.5 million livres from my own private accounts. Bonds in the Caisse d'Escompte, which the king keeps in a tailor-made armoire d'affaires in the Palais des Tuileries. He stores all his secrets there. I'd wager there's enough in there to sully his reputation 100 times over. You must retrieve these bonds post-haste, madame. They must not be used to allow this madman to build more murderous automats.
Do I have any chance of opening it?
Don't even think about it, madame. Despite your incredible strength, that safe is said to be impenetrable. It was designed precisely to that effect. I personally never had access to it. I suppose that its contents were too unofficial for the honest minister that I always was.
Who has the key?
The king does, that's for sure.
Anyone else?
How could I know? His shadow advisors, most likely. Now that I think about it, there's a rumor that has been going round Versailles for a while now. It's said that Monsieur de Mirabeau used to come and go as he pleased at the Tuileries, that he oversaw diplomatic missions for the crown. Not in any official capacity, of course. Who knows? He might know more about this matter than I do.
I will ask him. I will look into what happened to your wife.
Bless you, madame.
Where should I start my investigation?
In the Faubourg Saint-Germain, east of Les Invalides. We were separated in the Église Sainte-Marie, on Rue de Bourgogne.
I shall be off.
You are the only hope of seeing my beloved wife again, and of foiling the plans of the clockwork tyrant.
The rules of our order forbid us from taking part in secular affairs. It is through prayer and prayer alone that we shall save the souls of those whom the Lord, in his holy grace, decides to call back unto him. I entrust you with the reliquary of our brotherhood, and pray that you, as well as those who seek shelter by the side and the refectory of our convent, will keep it safe from the destruction that could befall us. Okay.
Have you found my mother?
No, not yet.
Remember,
Minister Necker claims that you were a familiar face at the Tuileries Palace.
that old story. Will it hound me until I have drawn my last breath? This, madame, is nothing but an unfounded rumor that I am trying in vain to dispel. To what do I owe the displeasure of having to defend myself once again?
I must get hold of some documents that are kept in an armored safe in the king's chambers.
What lock could resist your talents?
Minister Necker said it was indestructible.
Oh, I see. Well, let me think. Who could help you? After all, a lock is nothing more than a simple mechanism. Nothing that can resist the expertise of our dear Monsieur Bailly. Why don't you ask him for help?
I'll be sure to do so.
Now, who else might be of use? Oh, there's Monsieur Lavoisier as well, our gunpowder commissioner. I'm sure he'll have no trouble finding you something you can use to blow the door off that stubborn safe.
Good. I will go and find him.
Now, if you'll forgive me, I have an urgent matter to attend to.
You are forgiven for everything.
In that case, it has been a pleasure, madam.
What use are wit, finesse, and audacity and tenacity if they are not employed in favor of the common good? The people shall not forget that a year ago Necker signed a pact of organized famine by announcing in the summer of 1788 the threat of a shortage to come. He deliberately stoked the high cost of bread, then using this inflation as a pretext, he established a public monopoly, depriving bakers of their freedom to procure their supplies as they see fit. This, dear readers, is how our philanthropist has monopolized all the grain in the kingdom to allow his accomplices to benefit from speculation. His friends, ministers, lords, heads of the judiciary, and other clever scoundrels were involved in this plot. Together, these brigands built a profitable business on the misfortunes of the kingdom, with the sport of all the servants and whores of the court. By pen as free citizens, and it will relentlessly pursue Necker as long as he remains at the helm of the kingdom's affairs. It will reveal his crimes until unable to blah blah blah.
Eh bien. Do you come bearing news from Monsieur Marat?
No, not yet.
I have it on good authority that he is in the quarries in Montmartre. He's the only person who could show you a way to reach the Bastille. Don't forget.
Is your plan to arm the populace going as planned?
Oh, far from it, madame. The situation is hopeless. Even if they were armed and formed into battalions, the Patriots would not be able to fight.
Why is that?
Most of the strategic points in the city are inaccessible. A strange illness strikes all who try. They are seized by an irrational fear. One so great that those who do not lose consciousness go mad or perish on the spot. This makes it impossible to do
Interesting.
anything. Any attempt at an uprising is a fool's
Scaring
errand.
people to death.
The locations you mention share a common feature. A statue holding a lantern.
That's right. From what little I could make out, they appear to be depictions of a Vestal Virgin watching over the sacred fire.
Une lanterne des morts.
What do you mean, monsieur?
Lanterns of the dead. Ancient stone pillars that are found near some cemeteries. Our ancestors kept a fire going on top of them. Today, no one knows what they were used for. A symbol of light triumphing over darkness, perhaps? Others claim that human bones, mercury and lime, were burnt there. Some odious sorcery that was meant to entrap the tormented souls that wandered around the burial grounds.
That makes sense and confirms my observations. I'm now certain that the King's lanterns capture the anima essence of the dead who have been cast into purgatory. And that this essence is what allows the automats to stay in motion, without needing a key to wind them.
Paternoster quies in celis, sanctificetur nomen tuum.
Now that I think about it, madame, you obviously are not subject to the harmful effects of these lanterns.
No, au contraire. When activated, these statues reveal an apparatus that allows me to repair myself.
It follows that if you destroy these lanterns, the people will be free to fight again.
Unfortunately, they are preternaturally strong. Nothing can so much as damage them.
Come now, no metal is indestructible. If we knew what these lanterns were made of, perhaps I could find a way to destroy them.
Take a look at this ledger, Monsieur Lavoisier. It contains a list of metals. I found it by the factories, near Vaucanson's workshop.
Let's see. Steel, molybdenum, very good. Tiens, donc, tungsten and zirconium. This master blacksmith knows his trade. These metals can be used to make the strongest alloy imaginable, as long as you have a fortune to invest.
For that, our clockwork tyrant knows no bounds.
Well, Monsieur Lavoisier, is there any way to break this alloy?
Break it? Certainly not. But a mineral acid could change its structure. Melt it, perhaps. I would recommend sulfuric acid, or vitriol, if you prefer to use its common name.
Where can I obtain some vitriol?
I had some, but my laboratory at L'Arsenal was ransacked. I can't tell you any more than that. You should ask my colleague, Monsieur Bailly. He uses similar substances in his research.
Monsieur Lavoisier,
What can I do for you, Aegis?
I would like to access the contents of a safe that is supposedly unbreakable. Dare I ask for your help, Monsieur Lavoisier?
And how can I be of assistance to you, madame?
I need gunpowder to break through the door.
Gunpowder? But I don't have a speck of it, mon ami. Do you think I just walk around with explosives in my pockets?
Oh,
Maybe.
I apologize. It was Monsieur de Mirabeau's idea.
Mirabeau? What is this ridiculousness? I suspect he knows full well whatever he's playing at. Where is the animal? So we can ask him what's truly going on.
He has left. He had an urgent matter to attend to.
Eh bien, I'm sorry, madame. If I could inspect the safe and determine what metal was used in its fabrication, I might be able to find a solution. But given the circumstances, I'm sadly not in a position to help you.
I understand. Where can I obtain some vitriol?
I had some, but my laboratory
Okay,
can't.
same
Usually
thing.
uses.
Goodbye, Monsieur Lavoisier.
Oh, here's Bailey.
Monsieur Bailly.
Ah, mademoiselle. I am very pleased to find you here with us within the shelter of these walls.
I found a document written in a script that I was unable to read.
Let me see. Ah, je vois. These pages were written using some sort of shorthand. A variation on Taylor's system, no doubt. I'm wont to use it myself from time to time while jotting down my ideas as they come.
What does it say?
It's a bit difficult to decipher. Je crois. I believe it's an autopsy report. The author writes that the subject died from a large dose of prussic acid.
What is prussic acid?
My apologies, Aegis, but I'm no chemist. You should ask Monsieur Lavoisier.
I'm looking for a way to force a lock that is supposed to be unbreakable. Monsieur de Mirabeau advised me to ask you for help.
But I'm an astronomer, mon enfant, not a locksmith. I know my way around lenses, filters, racks, and tripods. But I've never given a moment's thought to how a lock works. God, Monsieur de Mirabeau was joking with you, that's all. Où est-il, ce brave homme? So that we might ask him.
He has left. A matter that
Don't
could
trust
not
that
wait.
guy.
Excuse me?
I think he left
You
because
mean
he's
he
up
left
to
the
something.
convent? That's madness. What was so important that he would put himself in such danger?
Intriguing indeed.
Right?
How was your search at the Vaucansons' home?
I found this penknife there. I was struck with a vision as soon as I picked it up. I saw Mademoiselle de Vaucanson running from the Comte de Cagliostro. This letter refers to a hiding place where she often sought refuge. It's in the Jardin du Luxembourg.
I know the place. One day, Eugène and I were walking in the Luxembourg Gardens when suddenly Athénaïs jumped out from our hiding place like a wild animal. It was a startling, almost frightening sight. The spot is on the edge of the garden, hidden by vegetation between two statues.
Good to know.
Goodbye, Monsieur B.
Glad I re-talked to him. God willing, this letter will reach you before the States General. We encourage you to rage whilst at Versailles and not merely stick to agricultural issues. We must argue that we have no deputies and that whatever the white representatives demand should not be the law for us. Stand strong and fight the contempt they have for us. We also recommend that you speak with Necker. His charitable works exude humanity and hint that he is a man who is open to the oppressed.
Monsieur Raymond.
Aegis, we are very pleased to see you again. It was very unwise of us to leave the Société without such a capable bodyguard as yourself. It is a miracle that we got here safely.
What do you want to talk to me about?
Have you ever heard of the Club de Massiac, Aegis?
No, monsieur.
No.
It's an association that meets at the Hotel de Massiac, just west of Les Halles. It counts some of the wealthiest plantation owners in the Empire. Those from Saint-Domingue and the Petite Santilles, our most formidable adversaries. They are waging a war of influence to keep the slave trade going, and resort to the vilest methods to achieve their ends. They worship nothing but money, and their greed is matched only by their cruelty. Regrettably,
I will
my
kill them.
interests occasionally require me to suffer their company. 2 months ago, I was in Le Havre to settle some business with the Admiralty, when I overheard a conversation between 2 planters from Bastère. If they are to be believed, the Club de Massiac is plotting to create sleepless slaves, des esclaves sans sommeil. Those were their exact words. It's hard to say what this could possibly mean, but I fear they plan to administer some foul drug to their slaves to force them to toil day and night, without rest. Our organization will not let these poor souls endure such a hell. Aegis,
Right?
we must look into this. It is
Without
a matter
rest,
of
your body
great
will
urgency.
eventually just
You speak of
shit
greed,
itself,
Monsieur Raymond.
basically.
But could you enlighten us as to what makes you any different from the planters you condemn?
What exactly do you accuse me of, Monsieur de Robespierre? S'il vous plaît, do tell.
Do you not also exploit the labor of these poor souls yourself on your indigo plantation?
I fight every minute of every day to improve their condition. No one would have the audacity to deny this.
If that's the case, then why wait? Free them. You preach abolition, yet you continue to line your pockets at their expense. The truth is, you refuse to upend the established colonial order because your entire fortune depends on it.
It's easy to criticize from atop Mount Olympus, Maximilian. You know nothing of the realities of Saint-Domingue. What would happen to all these people if I freed them tomorrow? Without an education, without a livelihood, I would be condemning them to the most abject misery. No. I must act with both compassion and realism.
It is true that every reform must be approached with prudence. This reform is not so difficult. I've begun it myself at La Belle Gabrielle, my plantation in Guyane. There you will not find slaves, but workers who earn a weekly wage. And my plantation is no less profitable.
Ah, yes, profit. Because that's the most important thing. Don't you see, the law of nature gives every man the right to cultivate his own land.
Monsieur, calm yourselves. I implore you. Now is no time to quarrel. What Monsieur Raymond has related to us is extremely worrying. We must find out more about this plot to create sleepless slaves as quickly as possible. Aegis,
Agreed.
you are the only one who stands a chance of making it to the Hôtel de Massiac alive. Has anyone seen Monsieur de Mirabeau?
My respects, Monseigneur.
I didn't expect to see you again so soon, Aegis. We missed you when we had to leave our shelter at Place Saint-Merry. The path that led us to this convent was not an easy one, believe me.
Goodbye,
Okay, he's got
Monseigneur.
nothing to say.
Allez en paix.
Oh wait, did I finish talking to you?
Did you go to the
they're
Hotel
also
de Massiac?
chit-chatty.
Remember,
Okay, I think that's all stuff that I've already seen.
See you.
Aegis, I'd like to talk to you about my research.
Sure.
Do you have a few moments to spare for me?
Might as well.
Certainly, mon père. I am listening.
I've carefully collected the testimony of our companions here. Then I compared them with the observations made during my investigation of the man who calls himself Cagliostro. I came to quite the shocking conclusion. I believe I have discovered how the royal automats remain constantly in motion, like clocks that never need winding. They get their energy from the souls of the dead, Aegis. They drink from the anima essence that permeates the purgatory described by Monseigneur de la Fare. These machines feed on the dead. The greater the massacre, the deeper the river where they slake their thirst.
Is there any way to stop the bloodshed, mon père?
I believe there is always hope, Aegis. As long as I remain free to pursue my research, I will never lose faith. I keep thinking about the three Nemes. These echoes. All of this is clearly related to Nicholas Flamel's work.
the alchemist.
Precisely, mon ami. And this leads me to fear the worst.
What have we to fear from an alchemist who died nearly 4 centuries ago?
Not him, per se. Rather the heretic who is exploiting his discoveries. This poses a grave danger to us all.
What do you fear, mon père?
What do I fear? Nearly 2 months ago, the king forbade anyone from setting foot inside the Église Saint-Jacques de la Boucherie, near the Hôtel de Ville. He had the priests forcibly removed. They hardly even had time to save the church's sacred relics. Since then, only our Father in Heaven knows what they've been doing there, hidden away from the people of Paris.
Mon Dieu. Flamel's tomb.
My thoughts exactly, Monseigneur. Legend has it that Flamel was buried with his Lapis Philosophorum.
What is the Lapis Philosophorum, mon père?
The Philosopher's Stone. Where do I begin?
Dun,
No
dun,
one
dun.
knows its true nature.
Wasn't expecting the
or even
Philosopher's
what
Stone
it
to
might look like. All that
peek
is
up in
known
this.
is that it is said to grant untold riches and eternal life to whoever possesses it. Its very existence is questioned, of course. But if it's true, just imagine what sinister purpose the king and his accomplices might find for it. We must elucidate this matter at any cost.
Where is this tomb?
In the church's crypt. The priests always ensured that it remained undisturbed, despite the mystery surrounding it. But now they're no longer there to protect it. We need to know for certain.
But how? There are automats everywhere.
Aegis,
Send me in, coach.
Oui, mon père.
will you help us get to the bottom of this?
Did you not say that it was impossible to enter the church?
There is perhaps a solution. The penitence door behind the Châtelet leads to the Quartier de l'Hôtel de Ville. It's only opened on Good Friday, but this year, I had the honor and good fortune to lead the procession. Here is the key.
Goodbye,
Sweet.
mon père.
Okay, I already talked to Necker, so it's you. I
Monsieur
think
le
you're
Marquis.
left.
I'm listening, Aegis.
I went to the meeting point you indicated. I had an unexpected encounter.
Get to the facts.
Madame de Pollin.
Oh, okay.
What
We
are
already talked about this one.
But
Only.
would you be so kind?
Goodbye.
Where'd that one guy run off to? I have a feeling he's doing something shady. Okay, there was a lot in there. So let's see. Main quest. You just must venture into the mining tunnels. Okay. Side, holy friggin' side quests. Jesus. A lot of codexes too. Modules. What new thing did I get? Okay, whatever. Quest items. Lots of stuff. Oh yeah, I wanted to map. Okay, I'm here. Side quest. Decipher the notes, obtain the vitriol, find the hiding spot. Okay, the main quest is up there, so I can do these quests without worrying about stumbling into where I was supposed to go. Okay, I also want to use up some of my souls. Oh wait, I also gotta go back and loot that body. Nothing new there. Oh, new stuff here. Okay, so what do these do? Health time, considerably restores her health every time she performs counter. Increases physical damage. That could be good. And what about here? Ooh. Okay, so first, let's buy that one. Let's read this. Need 2 bismuth and an auriculum. Don't have enough keys there. Sure. Nothing new. Okay, equipment. Over here. Want to equip this. Does this do physical damage caused by successfully? Okay, I do that a lot. Nope. Okay. So I still want the avarice because that gives me more souls. And do I really need more health? Gives me 40 more hit points. You know what? I think I might be good. I never looked up to see if these stack. Because if they don't, it's kind of pointless having me have this one on all the time, but whatever. Yeah, I think I'm good to go. Okay, I have to go back to here. So I have to go back to that boss and see if there was something for me to loot. Seeing they teleported me away before looting it.
They fled in that direction. I should be able to find a way in.
Well, I was planning on going this way anyways. But I might as well get the free XP. Damn. Jesus. Hey, that module that greatly increased my physical defense, or my physical damage, really does. Oh yeah. Oh, and oh wait, nope. Just go across. And dead. You can grapple from so far away. I like it. Ah, luckily I can still got a curriculum, module key, reinforced armor module. Yeah. See, is there anything else in here? I'm glad I came back to see if there was something for me to loot. Oh, that was out there. Okay. Don't think those are anything worth a damn, but nope. Nope. It is evident that I have lost your confidence, and my official dismissal is long in coming. Beg you to relieve me from the duties of my ministry. I sincerely hope that my successor will provide your subjects with wealth that will be the fruit of dutiful service. I remain, your majesty, your humble and devoted servant, Necker. Okay. So I could jump over there to get back to where I already was. Get this activated. I don't really need to rest there. Not a single one escaped. I order you to go to St. Louis, 4 leagues southeast of Mulhouse. I forbid you and your men to speak to the passengers. You will entrust them to the Unlands of whatever, who will be waiting for you at the staging post inn. Okay. Ah, now the gate's open, of course. Wait, there's new enemies here, too. Is anything due here yet? Doesn't look it. Okay, but it gave me the key to, I think, get that locked gate thing that was way over there. Of course. I was about to say, what the hell was that about? Where'd they put my souls? Oh, luckily I only had like 3K. Oh, they just put them on the other side of the wall. Oh, 4,700, I guess. Damn it, I should have just attacked. Ow. Oops. Just resetting my respawn point there, just in case. Okay. Okay. The key they gave me isn't the key I thought it was. 'Cause I just picked up the key that opened that. I thought the key the one guy gave me was the key to open that. Hey, you can't break those ones. See, right, well, they want me to go left, so let's go right. Wow, this is a lot of bones. I know this is catacombs, but damn. Okay, I think that's everything there. Okay, so if that down there is the way to go, what about over here? Oh wait, that was just bones. Man, my memory sucks. Oh, there's a bag here. So satisfying. Let's see what's in here. Essence of a warrior's spirit. Oh boy. Wait, there's a grapple spot. Okay. Okay, is there a grapple thing anywhere? Every of the other ones has had one. But it does not look it. Don't really look like there's anything anywhere anyways. Okay. Smash a few more pots, then move on. The wooden stuff's not as satisfying as breaking the pots. Hey, opened up a shortcut. She somehow get back to her home? Good for her. Oh, wait. My dear husband, if you are reading these words, it is because the Lord in his mercy has spared us both, and this church has not become our tomb. I managed to survive the terrible massacre. I'm going to find our daughter at the charity hospice at St. Sulpice. We will be waiting for you there. Hey, she survived. That's good. Okay. So, don't even know. That's the easiest way. Okay, doesn't look like there's anything here. Character, Maribou, side quests. Okay. Nothing else here, so let's head back to our carriage. Might as well grab the free XP on my way. Hey, new correspondence. I went to the meeting point you indicated. I met someone unexpected there. The Queen's favorite. She made no secret of her reason for being in this bleak place. So I now am aware of the nature of the precious cargo that is causing you so much anxiety. You must know that Charlotte and the young Dauphine are missing. The evidence points to an ambush. They apparently attacked the wagon the children were hiding in. As for the horsemen you sent to escort them, every single one of them perished, cut down by the royal automats. To Aegis. There is not a minute to lose. We must rescue the children if there is still time. Oh, if I could get my hands on that Murat, I'd find a way to make him talk, believe me. Okay. Okay, so let's buy that, and sure. Nah, never mind. I don't need that. Upgrades. Got 5, so let's upgrade that. Okay, so what do I have for quests here? A lot of stuff, so yeah, let's go here first.
Here I am at an impasse. Should I go to the Tuileries to examine the safe? There may be a way to force it open. I can get to the Tuileries Palace via the Louvre. Then I should be able to enter it through the courtyard.
Sure. Do I go this yard or this way? Oh wait, I can break this door, or I think, yes. Easy. Yeah, my face. Yeah.
The lock wasn't forced. Whoever opened it had the key. Monsieur Necker's bonds are still there. There's something engraved on it. H.G. Riquetti. Comte de Mirabeau. Whoever broke into this safe left behind the most valuable thing in it. This doesn't make sense.
Yeah, kind of strange. Oh. item? How did I miss that item last time? Grapple point? I don't remember this room. Wait, do I? Yeah, somehow I missed this section last time. There's the door out front. Let's go up to that grapple point real quick after I open this. Okay, not in here. It's over here. Huh. Ugh. So many of those automat statues, I just, for some reason, thought that's what that one was. That's funny. Okay. I think I have now explored in here. Oh. Ow. Son of a... Oh, where did I kill the other one? Don't matter. Damn shoot. I like the blue color. I don't think I ever noticed that before. Ah, you jerk. And now you're dead. Let's just... Let's just, get enough stuff to... enough stuff to buy the third one. There. I think I was here before, too. Only a few lines were untouched by the flames. As it pleases your majesty, representatives of the Third Estate, whose anger should be noted, your loyal and discreet servant. Oh, that son of a... Oh, I'm gonna kill this dude. I think he betrayed him.
I have just come from the Tuileries. The Armoire de Fer has been ransacked.
Diable. Someone beat us to it. This is very unfortunate. God only knows what we would have found there.
Whoever it was had to fight for it. I found a body there, killed by automats.
Mon Dieu. How dreadful.
Dreadful indeed. Especially since I discovered this in the victim's hand.
And what is that, pray tell?
A dueling pistol. With your name engraved on its plate.
Oh, May we? You're right. It is my pistol. It was stolen along with a number of other things.
You freaking
it happened
liar.
just before the Estates General at my lodgings in Versailles. But how on earth did my weapon end up in the hands of this poor soul?
You're a liar.
I am certain we will find an explanation. You appear to have burnt these papers in a hurry. I'm eager to hear your explanation.
It's nothing at all, I assure you. Frivolous letters that were cluttering my desk.
I find your defense unconvincing. Why won't you tell me the truth?
You don't understand. This is a matter of the utmost importance that I cannot discuss with a creature such as yourself.
Fuck you.
I am an automat, monsieur. This is true. But I serve the Queen. And my only aim is to put a stop to the crimes that have befallen the kingdom.
Well, know that you're not alone in serving the Queen.
What was in those letters you threw into the fire?
My private correspondence with the king. I had a key to the armoire, which served as a mailbox.
Are you conspiring with the king?
No, you don't understand. I was something of a shadow advisor, a diplomat, working in complete discretion. I feared his stubbornness would lead the kingdom to ruin. So I tried to reassure him regarding the aims of the Third Estate.
I am not buying
but when
any of
Vaucanson told
this.
me what happened at Meudon, I realized it was a lost cause.
You claim to be a friend of the Queen.
The king has gone insane. After what happened at Meudon, that much is clear. We can no longer expect any leniency from him. Hence my support for his wife. She's a headstrong woman, and much wiser than she lets on. You must know that she means to put her youngest on the throne, the young prince, Louis Charles. A regency would restore peace and unity to the kingdom. Then all that would remain would be to establish a constitution. I have the support of the people. They trust me. I'm the only one that can bring about these reforms.
I found your pistol in the hands of a dead man. Who was this unfortunate soul?
Mathieu, one of the servants I had sent to retrieve the letters. I gave him the pistol for self-defense. Alas, it seems it was of little use to him against the king's automats.
Tell me, what happened at Meudon?
It's all here in this letter. written in the king's own hand. Please, give it to the queen. She must learn the truth.
Why were you in such a hurry to destroy your correspondence?
The letters contained sensitive information about my Third Estate colleagues. If it had gotten out, I would have surely lost my allies' trust, as well as any hope of establishing a regency along with it.
King's Confession. Father, you who were my confessor, you always listened to me and understood me. You who supported me on the terrible day when God himself abandoned me, must today confess to you the worst of all crimes. I confess that I killed my son. I ordered the poison that killed him to be administered, believing I was performing a miracle of the blackest magic, thinking I was giving a miraculous body to the child that the doctors declared condemned. I defiled the soul of my beloved son. His innocent soul is now trapped in a hideous metal cage. I transformed my son into an accursed creature, half man, half machine, who strives to tear down the walls of the prison we hoped would contain him. His only wish was to laugh and let himself soak up the beauty of the world, and I gave him over to terror, madness, and the most extreme sort of solitude. I have only one wish. Give me back my faith. Your king commands it. I have no wish for the philosopher's nothingness. I want eternity so I can spend it atoning for this nameless crime. Okay, why is this moving so slow? I want a heavenly court so I may be judged by it before my creator. Father, I want my soul to be eternal so it may burn in hell forever and ever. Louis. Still don't trust this guy. I think he was lying to me. Okay. So, finished them all there. Once I have it over here. Okay, so let's head there next. You know what? Out of curiosity, what does this do? So I'll have all my souls and I'm still here. Alright. I made that quick and easy. I was hoping it would be a reusable thing, but I will take it. And while this loads, I'll be right back. And I am back. Okay. Investigate that. Enter. Let's investigate this. This is closer. This way. Ow. Ow. I think these robots are my favorite ones. You got the little thing on the neck that looks like the frill of like a jester and stuff, and they're just kind of neat looking. Okay, can't go up anywhere, so I cannot. Oh yeah, 'cause I think the last time I was here, I didn't have the break the thing little kick there. I'm pretty sure I like fully explored where I could in this place. Okay, so I can grapple up there. But want to do that yet. Maybe I do. Oh shit, I did not see the shield guy. Oh hell, backing into all kinds of things. Ow. Ow. There we go. That could have ended poorly. Okay, that just opens up this. Oh, okay, that just takes me back up. There we go. I don't think that's the way I was supposed to come in, but... And dead. Didn't go as smooth as I would have liked, but... Oh, I just climb on those boxes and go over. Okay, well... I jumped over a different way. Okay, what is this? Royal musket? Lightning vortex. Oh, this does frost as well. Hmm. So should I level this up? So I'm assuming it'll be better than this one. Yeah, maybe I will. Dear honorable members of the club, I have taken note of the misgivings expressed in your organization's most recent report. I'm ready to demonstrate to you without delay that my process is already operational. Tomorrow at dawn, go with your associates to the the place known as the Dead Tree. There you'll be able to see how quickly my sleepless slaves carry out their work. Okay. So finally there's a reason for the sleepless tree. Oh yeah, I forgot to check the equipment. Let's see, more balance, more balance and endurance, but less pretty much everything else. So these will be the same way. Okay, so we got just that one over there. Enter the crypt. Oh, item up there. How the hell do I get out of here? Oh, duh. Let's use this to reset our thing. But let's see. Okay. Now that I've leveled it up. Wait, is it exactly the same? 77A450. 77A450. Well, that sucks. I mean, it has a better special move, I guess. So sure, let's equip that, I guess. Go to inventory. Let's use some of these. Oops. Not that many. So I think I need, what, like 5,000 or something? I think. To fully level it, I mean. Upgrades, weapons, 65, Jesus. Well, there. Now we have 2 weapons we use maxed out. Okay. Seems like it's basically the same. Ow. Damn it. Okay. Well, I guess we'll just see what's right first. Just pick a direction and go. Essence of a noble spirit. Let's actually not go that way yet. I forgot. Use the compass so then I know which way is the right way. So I can go the other way. Ugh. That little torch. Jesus, those guys are still an annoyance. Hey, now I know. There's a wall to break up there. But to somehow get on this? Yeah, I don't know. Ow. There we go. That's more like it. Oh, I got it. Nothing. Hell is that sound? Jesus, everything's just blowing themselves up on me. Oh, there's a grapple point there. I know, like, weasel my way up the thing. Oh, expect there to be an item in that. There's an item over there. Oh boy, some cobblestone. Okay. Get that unlocked. So then I don't have to go through all that other crap if I have to come back. Don't think I need sitting that, because I think just activating it sets it. Locked. Nope, invisible wall. Okay, down the hole we go. Ow. Okay. So satisfying. Jesus, how deep is this crypt? Don't let it go in time. You son of a bitch. Oh, he's getting sneaky. He's pulling to me. Holy hell. What the hell is going on? Jesus. Holy crap, that was the smartest enemy I fought through the whole game. Jesus. Really, no items in any of these? Come on.
Someone has already taken a close interest in this tomb.
Oh boy, carriage token. Oh, bag. Finally. Item and all the crap I'm breaking.
I will go to the Tuileries and follow
Paid
the
the
directions.
sum
on the
of
receipt.
140.
It also mentions the Quartier du Saint-Eustache and Rue Saint-Honoré.
Paid the sum of 140, delivered by the carpenter in his workshop. Okay. Fine. Jeez, walls are made of bones. Locked. Yeah, alright. Jesus, that's unfortunate. I thought I hit the other heal, but I hit the... Ugh, I do like... Man, I was just over on that other side, now I gotta go through all of this. That's slightly annoying. Oh, there is item up there. So let's see. Okay, I expected to grab the ledge. So can I just go like, nope. Okay. son of a... I don't know why that one's such a pain. Just in case. Ow. Petrification grenade, oh boy. Gate is locked. Of course it is. Okay. Okay, let's get out of here. finish there. Okay, find Joseph workshop. Okay, let's travel here because the dead tree is right next to, or is real close. The carriage point. Ow. Big bastard, that hurt. Yeah, let's wait until health goes up a little bit.
The field with the dead tree. Good. I'm nearly there.
Oh, here's this asshole.
Don't move!
Ah, that cursed dancer! May you be devoured by rust!
Ow. Finally. Just kept gauging the distance wrong. Essence of the noble spirit. Damn it.
He slipped through my fingers. Fortunately, he was unable to take his things with him. The sleepless slaves. They meant the automats. Feeding off the blood of innocent people. Monsieur Raymond was completely mistaken. I must inform him.
Who do you think I am? I can read between the lines. I can see through your game. It wasn't enough for you to force me into exile. Now you must also harass me even from a distance. I command you not to write to me again. Rest assured that you will get nothing more from me, and that I will take the secrets you demand of me to the grave. Moreover, and for the last time, I strictly forbid you to use what I taught you for the criminal purposes that you have in mind. I will pray for the salvation of your soul. That is all I can give you. Okay. What is in that other one, then? Because I think I could go up some stairs and just... Oh, there was a chest. Something good, maybe? A carriage token and bismuth block. Can't go wrong there. Balance and endurance. Oh, wait. Balance, full resist, and endurance. Kinda happy with what I got. Okay, nothing here. Oh, just took me out here. Okay, carriage is this way. Okay, I've never seen that move before. Okay. Let's get the hell out of there. Jeez. I don't know why all of a sudden these things have gotten smarter. See, good level, or yeah, there's nothing really for me to buy. Yeah, I could buy all these things, even though I have no real intention of using them. Let's see, don't have keys. Those are maxed. I could level up some of these other weapons, but yeah. Let's just level up. Do engineering. Bigger gives me more endurance. Durability gives me more health. Screw it. Engineering. Okay, so now we got this one. Find Joseph Blasimo's workshop. Sure. If I get all the other side quests done, seeing it seems like I have to talk to half the people in that one building. Might as well get all this stuff done first. So that's one trip back. Seems like his workshop might be this way. I didn't let go in time. Oh shit. This wasn't even the way I need to go. Okay. That's what I get. Wrong weapon equipped. See? I couldn't have gone that smoothly last time. Holy hell. How do I get over there? No, it's not that way. I don't remember how I got over there before. I thought you could get over there from in here. Is this the side I want to be on now? Is this the same place I just was? It's like the same exact place. Didn't I go to the left? So confused. Okay. Let's... Yeah, actually, maybe this way? I'm so lost. How the hell? Do I have something to open this yet? Do not. Okay, maybe it's this way. I think I've gotten far enough over to the side. Hopefully. What? Who sees me? Oh. Me. Thank you. Oh shit, it was an enemy. I thought it was a grappling hook spot and just ignored the fact that I locked onto an enemy. There. Holy hell. Thank you, Jesus. Hey, now I can finally go in here. I, Louis, King of France, by the grace of God, permit Bellissimo, born in on the 2nd of June, use the name and title Alexander Com. Oh, okay. Interesting.
This notebook appears to be very old. I should show it to Abbe Gregoire.
I regret the unforeseen difficulty of which you have informed me. If we do not put an end to it soon, the smooth running of our operations could be impeded. If, as you claim, the dancer has indeed left St. Cloud for Paris, if she is attacking our machines with the facility you describe, I demand that you discover as soon as possible the nature of the malfunction that allows her to ignore the orders she was given, and learn why she has turned against us. Try not to lose my trust, Louis. Okay. Thousand cut claws, carriage token 2, bismuth. Blade storm. Cool. Okay, so I came in there. Let's go upstairs. Oh, what's in this lower room first? It's a lot of robot heads. And a bunch of robots. Request that you contact the intendant of police of the city of Grace to have my daughter Louis Marquet taken to the convent. He shall entrust her to the care who will ensure that she spends the rest of her life with them in prayer and contemplation. It is at this price that the poor woman shall be able, God willing, to wash away the blight on her soul. To the attention of the Lieutenant General de Police. Okay. A leather wallet. I am still unsure of your true intentions. You and I both know the dispute between us that led to my flight. Despite the distance that now separates us, what I witnessed you doing still haunts me, and now you seek my help to perfect my art of suggestion. You believe I will give you whom I know to be capable of the worst, the means to deprive an innocent person of all free will and make them a docile servant. This leads me to believe that you have lost all common sense. The pig. It's got a pig and a couple of humans. And people in cell. Jesus.
Rosette, you're so beautiful. stay with me always, n'est-ce pas? Without you, mon ami, I'd be all alone.
This box is covered in astronomical symbols. It's no use. I can't get it open. I should show this to Monsieur B.
Yeah, this might be a quicker way. It is not a quicker way. Actually, I don't know. I don't know which way is quicker. It might be, actually, now that I think about it. So I think I can just go in and straight across. Yep. Oh, I got enough to go up a level. Let's see. Let's go to sell. I have a lot of these and I keep picking up more, so let's sell some of these. Sell 48 of them. There. So I got all the side stuff done till I come over here. And then a ton of side quests. Okay. Most of them are just, hey, go talk to them or turn them in or whatever. They're all like in the same building, I think. Yep, they are all up there. We're back to Necker.
Monsieur Necker.
Madame? Eh bien, do you come bearing good news?
Your wife. You may rest easy, monsieur. Your wife escaped the massacre. She returned home and left you this letter.
Mon Dieu. She's going to meet our daughter and son-in-law at our charity hospital.
She may already be there.
Madame, I did not dare to dream of such an outcome. My wife and daughter. Can you imagine? And I thought I had lost both of them.
Didn't they also say your son?
Be able to leave the kingdom and put
Oh,
these
son-in-law.
horrors behind us forever.
What about the bonds?
Oh, the bonds. Do with them as you see fit. As long as the king does not use them. As for me, I'm going to find my family at once. Thank you. From the bottom of my heart. I pray that your efforts will be successful. Adieu, madame. Adieu.
Minister Necker has given his bonds to me.
That's quite a nice little sum. Can you imagine? That's 1/5 of the kingdom's entire wealth.
Wealth that the king squanders for his personal benefit according to his whims.
Ma foi. Monsieur Necker certainly has been very generous to his adoptive country.
Generous? I have my doubts. The loan was granted at a very high rate. So high, in fact, that it would have dug the deficit into an even deeper state of abyss.
Eh bien, monsieur. To what use shall we employ this boonful fortune?
If I could spend it, I'd do everything I could to return to the people their confiscated freedom. To begin, I would get them the bread they so sorely need. It is only after the scourge of famine has been vanquished that armed patriots might then be able to rise up against despotism.
Yeah, hard to fight when you're hungry.
Robespierre, will you steal it from under the noses of the automats who have sworn to destroy the human race? As for arming the people, this is another one of your delusions. How could your ragged pack of wretches win any sort of battle that be unable to lift a sword?
When you insult the people, you insult me, Monsieur de Lafayette.
I am not insulting anyone, Robespierre. But I happen to know what it takes to fight. Unlike you. Monsieur, I was but a lad of 15 when I took up arms. And everyone here knows my role in the liberation of America from British rule. If you allow me to dispose of these bonds, I will found an army that will annihilate the Clockwork King's diabolical machines. As soon as I have the opportunity to leave Paris, I will rally the officers and troops that are stationed in the provinces. Then, I will call for a mass uprising. I will have more than enough money to pay their wages and procure the weapons we need.
And you will have obedient troops at your beck and call, ready to repress anyone who challenges your power.
These troops will only serve the will of the people. I swear it.
Are you sure that the king has spared the rest of the kingdom, Monsieur le Marquis?
I am almost certain of it, mon père. Despite all of his resources, the king does not have enough manpower to occupy all the garrisons in the country.
Aegis, no member of this assembly can force your hand. The choice is yours. To whom will you entrust Monsieur Necker's bonds?
I don't know. You know what? I'm just gonna close my eyes. I'm gonna count to 10. Whichever one it's on, that's who it's gonna be. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
General de Lafayette.
Okay.
I have decided to use these bonds for your cause. I urge you to put them to good use.
You've made the right choice, Dancer. Only professional soldiers and well-trained conscripts stand a chance of winning back the kingdom.
And of course, the people will have to kneel before their liberators. History will recall that sad day when we had to put our fate in the hands of an automat. If only her creator had given her a heart. Alas, she could not help but be blind to the people's misfortune.
Okay. Okay, let's talk to you.
Monsieur Lavoisier.
What can I do for you, Aegis?
What is prussic acid?
It's a volatile compound extracted from Prussian blue, which is a pigment derived from the cochineal, an insect.
What does it do?
Oh, it's a lethal poison, of the most dangerous sort. Though at weaker doses, it merely induces a deep soporific state, or a coma, if you will.
A deadly poison.
Aegis? Is everything all right?
The clues I found at the warehouse suggest that the gunpowder was moved to the Bastille.
Diable. You must find a way to get there and put an end to this threat.
Where can I obtain some vitriol?
I had some. I can't tell you. You should ask my colleague. He uses similar substances.
Okay.
Goodbye, Monsieur Monsieur Bailly. I found this box with astronomical symbols on it. I believe it belongs to Vaucanson's daughter.
Athenais' secret box. I built it with my own hands. It was my gift to her on her 15th birthday.
I wasn't able to open it.
Naturellement. Athenais and I are the only ones who know how. Allow me. You must arrange the planets the way they were aligned on the day of Athenais' birth. Voila, like this.
What's this locket?
Athenais is always wearing this. It contains a portrait of her late mother. She said it was her most cherished possession in all the world. To think, the poor child never knew her own mother.
You monster! What did you do to her?
Good God. Ludia. What happened? You froze the moment you touched the locket. I thought I'd lost you.
I saw her. Athénaïs de Vaucanson. The Comte de Cagliostro has her.
Mon Dieu. It is just as I feared.
He bound her spirit to an automat.
Please, say no more. Athénaïs. It is her spirit that animates you, is it not?
Yes. I believe so.
Seigneur, quelle abomination. It is vital that you go and find Athénaïs as soon as possible.
She is right in front of you. I am Athénaïs.
Alas, I fear that is not entirely accurate. You know nothing of Athénaïs, Lydia. Nothing of her past, her joys, her suffering. Nothing of her love for her father. You are but the vessel that harbors the poor child's soul.
Where can I find Athénaïs's body?
God only knows. Although I assume that the Comte de Cagliostro is taking pains to keep her alive, this is certainly the only way to keep her spirit alive in you. The only way to free her is to find her body.
Why was Eugène de Vaucanson imprisoned in the Bastille?
Once he discovered the king's true intentions, he refused to continue cooperating with him. He refused to use his talents to create this abominable army. But the king didn't take kindly to his resignation. Eugène did manage to get a letter to me just before he was arrested. Here, take it.
Kinda assumed she was gonna be the one controlling this one, and that's why Dancer doesn't really do what the rest of them are doing. I'm writing to you in secret in great haste. May God protect the mechanical messenger I'm sending to you with this letter. They've taken me prisoner, have made no secret of the fate that is in store for me. I am to be sent to the Bastille, where they intend to force me to reveal my final secrets. Luckily, Athénaïs was able to escape, but they will certainly try to hunt her down. Go to her rescue if you can. If she falls into their hands, they will use her as an instrument of blackmail. But rest assured, they will not get anything more out of me, even if it means giving up my life. Adieu. Okay, tell you.
Monsieur Raymond.
Go on, Aegis.
I went to the Hotel de Massiac as agreed. What I discovered goes beyond your darkest conjectures. The club's members have no intention of merely depriving their slaves of rest. Rather, with the king's support, they plan to replace them with automat harvesters. The Count of Cagliostro is behind the plan.
Ma foi. But such a plan would certainly only improve the lot of these unfortunate people.
You are mistaken, mon père. If the planters get their way, they will have a greater need of slaves than ever. Only this time, they intend to slaughter them to power their machines.
Quelle abomination!
Par tous les saints.
4 days ago, the Paris Guard captured 100 black people. They were to be sacrificed as part of an experiment to test the effectiveness of the automat harvesters. Luckily, I was able to prevent the massacre.
Where are they now?
In a place they call the Dépôt des Noirs. I don't know where it is, but I managed to get the key. It bears the inscription, Tour du Diable.
The Devil's Tower is a prison in Vincennes, within the chateau walls.
That's 3 leagues from here. We'll only be able to free the prisoners once we're able to move freely ourselves.
At least they were spared the fate that the king and his accomplices had planned for them.
And what will you do with the 2 servants you employ, Monsieur Raymond?
I will continue to treat them well, as I always have.
However, under the laws you insist on following, they will become slaves again the moment they leave the kingdom for Saint-Domingue.
Certainly not, Monsieur de Robespierre. What kind of a man would I be if what I have heard had not opened my eyes? The planters of Massiac have been proven to be nothing but avaricious murderers. I thought I was dealing with opposition, but now I discover them to be vile enemies, from whom it would be vain to expect any compromise. From this day on, I will fight against their interests with all my strength, and will not lay down my arms until the last slave in the Empire has been freed.
Rest assured, then, that the people will fight by your side, Monsieur Raymond.
That's the spirit, my friends. Vive l'égalité.
Right?
Can I help you, Aegis?
What is the significance of these objects steeped in memories?
Nemes. I have reread every word that I have on them.
Such a funny sounding word. Instead of just saying memories.
These echoes go back to the beginning of time, to that fateful day in ancient Greece when some dark magician took it into his head to bind a soul to an inanimate object. You see, Aegis, there is nothing more diabolical, nothing more unnatural than this sorcery. The soul is the very essence of the divine. It refuses to submit to such an abomination and resists, eventually breaking. The earliest necromancers whose works have survived through the centuries all describe the same phenomenon. When a soul is fragmented, 3 shards of memory are torn from its consciousness and take shelter in 3 objects that the victim held dear. It's as if these memories wish to remain bound to the mortal who had held them until then.
I found this notebook written in Latin.
Indeed. Medieval Latin, to be precise. Oh, hold on. Bon sang. Aegis, what a find. This handwriting. I would recognize it anywhere. It's in Nicholas Flamel's own hand. Give me some time to study this, and I'll tell you what I'm able to glean from it.
Have you finished reading the notebook, mon père?
Yes, Aegis, and what I learned from it puzzles me. In this diary, Flamel tells of 3 journeys. 3 journeys into what he calls the in-between. A strange world filled with wandering souls. Tormented spirits that are unable to ascend to heaven.
This world. It's where Cagliostro's victims were trapped until I freed them.
En effet, I believe you're right. But that's not all. Flamel planned to return there a 4th time. He wrote this in the final paragraph, in his handwriting, dated 21st of March 1418. That was the day before he died, Aegis. What if his body died while his soul was traveling through limbo? What if he were trapped, a prisoner in this purgatory? Aegis, because of your unique nature, we have an incredible opportunity.
What do you mean, mon père?
If the soul that animates you has been bound to the automaton that serves as its vessel, then it can be separated from it too. And if this were the case, the soul would travel to purgatory, where Cagliostro entraps the souls of his victims.
Hold on. Are you trying to convince me to go and find Nicholas Flamel?
I'm offering you a chance to speak to the man who discovered the Philosopher's Stone. Surely you won't pass it up.
Assuming I agree to venture into purgatory, do I even have a chance of finding him there?
Certainly. According to this journal, the soul flies to the zenith of the place where it left the body of the deceased. Or that of the pilgrim, in this case. If Flamel's soul is trapped in purgatory, as we've guessed, you'll need to go to the house where he drew his dying breath.
Is it still standing?
Of course. It's on Rue de Montmorency, in the Quartier de l'Hôtel de Ville. You can get there via the cemetery of the Église Saint-Jacques.
And how do you plan to free my spirit from this automat?
We would simply need to break the bond between them. To do this, we would need to stop your machinery. For a short time, of course. We don't want to lose you, ma chère. As for the rest, it will be a question of mechanics, chemistry, or electric currents, or something or other. Therein lies the problem. This is far beyond my comprehension. But it is fascinating, isn't it? Perhaps Monsieur Bailly and Monsieur Lavoisier could shed some light on the matter.
Goodbye, mon père.
Great. You're gonna break the only person capable of helping you guys. See, having sent her message to Aegis. Okay, so that one I can't do until I can get to the Bastille. I don't know about that one. That one's the Bastille. Okay.
Monsieur Bailly. Would you happen to know where I could find some...
Sulfuric acid? Or combined with sea salt and green copperas, we use it to polish the lenses of our telescope, but I don't know how much we have. You would need to go to the Louvre and take a look at the observatory storeroom to find out.
If you will allow me to.
Of course, madame. Here is the key.
Can't believe I never clicked that before. Okay.
Do you think there is any way to interrupt my internal clockwork?
A most unusual thought. What do you have in mind, Aegis?
I would like to briefly sever the bond between my spirit and this automat.
It is a very strange request, madame. For what purpose do you seek to free your soul from its shell?
According to the abbot, my spirit would then be able to visit purgatory.
Oh, that dreadful place. Why on earth would you want to go there?
I hope to find answers to some very important questions.
You must understand, madame, that your very nature is a mystery to us. We are ignorant as to the principle that imbues you with life, nor do we know how your machinery works. That is why it is impossible for us to make even the slightest alteration. It would mean taking an unacceptable risk. Of course, if we had documents that could shed light on the matter...
Antoine, the blueprints.
What blueprints, mon ami?
Ludia's. Eugène gave them to me when he was working on the modifications ordered by the king. He wanted my opinion on the potential for reducing the size of certain key parts. The documents are obsolete now, but they could tell us quite a bit about the mechanical principles that are shared by Ludia and Aegis.
Bon sang, you're right. Where are the blueprints now?
Alas, the situation is not in our favor. I kept them in the safe at the observatory.
I gotta
But
go there
earlier,
anyways.
When I went there to collect my most important documents, before setting off for the convent, I found looters making off with its contents.
Blasted scavengers. Their kind are always quick to make the most of chaos.
I chased them to the quays, but was unable to apprehend them. When they disappeared into an underground passageway under the Louvre, I decided it was best not to follow them.
You acted wisely, mon ami. The automats are everywhere, and the marauders don't stand much of a chance.
I'll try to track them down.
Decipher the notes. Did I not do that one yet?
Monsieur Lavoisier.
What can I do for you, Aegis?
The clues I found at the warehouse suggest that the gunpowder was moved to the back.
Wait, that's the best deal.
Where can I obtain...
I can't tell. You should ask my colleague. He uses...
Okay.
Goodbye, Miss...
Oh wait, I never talked to... I don't think I have anything, but let's talk to him anyways.
Monsieur le Marquis.
I'm listening, Aegis.
Okay.
Goodbye.
Nothing. Hey, we're slowly working the side quests down. Journal. But I don't know. I think I might call it here for the day. We've done quite a bit. We've plugged away at quite a lot of the side quests. All we got left is, I mean, I don't think I can do this one yet. And then we just got to grab these two. And then we might end up having to move the story along, because I'm assuming I'll end up going to, or another one of these will pop up for the Bastille. I'm assuming. What was this called? Cipher the notes. Boom, boom. Blueprints. Gunpowder. Yeah, I think it's this one. Yeah, I think it's this one. So yeah, I have to go to the new place. So yeah, all I got left is the two side quests here, which are over there, and then move the story along. So I think that's good for today. So thanks for everybody hanging out and watching. Hope everybody has a good day or night, whichever it may be. And we'll talk to everybody in the next one. Later.